Hi. Hi. Hello. 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 Hi. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Sorry for the slight delay. I was making my thumbnail for today and suddenly my PC began to struggle big time. it was like walking like in a in quicksand. It was like, please please let me get this done. It was like every input there was a little bit of really had to like feel my it doesn't usually happen. Usually I'm doing stuff in like Photoshop or whatever, it's pretty okay. Like, of course, sometimes if I'm like looking at YouTube, I'm usually watching YouTube at the same time. But I don't know. There's been like little internet like blahs, small internet blahs like today. So let's hope everything goes not like total. They're not like total like cuts, but like a little bit slow. But hey, we're here now. That's what matters. Hello, everybody. Hello, Astaker. Hello, C-Mobile. Hello, Putte. Hello, Crystal. Hello, Mort. Hello, Eyes of Heaven. Hello, Roaring John. Hello, Big Cat Ramt. Hello, Gunra. Hello. It's Friday. Tomorrow's birthday is Sunday. Afterwards, I love how that's become like a new. The meme has been, resurrected. Hello. Rehabilitated. But yeah, that's fun. paired with the Raniara, of course. Classic visual novel. Yes. I'm gonna try and read this to the end. I'm gonna since tomorrow is gonna be a long stream. I'm probably gonna try to save my voice today, or at least I'm trying. I'm gonna try and make a conscious effort to go easy. Go easy on the old voice box over here, but we'll see if it actually happens. But yeah, it's we have the voice acting and everything. By the way, did you guys notice that the YouTube had some new visual changes like overnight? I was looking at my YouTube today. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute, something's wrong. They've made it like pink, not like you know the YouTube red. You know the YouTube shade of red. It's like more little pinkish now. And also when you look at the video, there's like this gradient in the play bar. I was just like I remember every time in the past that YouTube has changed even something little in their like graphics and every time there's been like huge backlash. Maybe not every time, but same thing when Discord changed the colors and the logo a little bit. People went crazy, but I haven't really seen anybody talk about it, so maybe it was so subtle. It's alright. It's not the worst. I kind of like the gradient in the play bar. I gotta say, it's pretty. It's pretty. But yeah, So yeah, tomorrow is a big big birthday bash. It's gonna start at 2 p.m. Finish time, which is UTC +3. It's +3 for a. Wait, how long? For a little bit over a week. It's like. Want my 5 stars rating system back? I thought at first doing the things with the gradient. Yeah. Well, at first I noticed that the little bell icon in the top. I noticed that it was different color. I was super confused. then I looked a little closer and I noticed that, oh my god, the logo is a little more pink and the everything. I was like, oh no, are people gonna riot? Are people gonna riot over this? I haven't seen much. Maybe people have different bigger things to worry about. When did the doctor say your nose surgery was recovered? You didn't need the duct tape. Duct tape. It's mostly for it's a bit embarrassing. I have a tendency to walk into things accidentally, and I keep bonking myself in the exact same point of my nose every time, and I almost that's why I always have to. It's the same exact spot. What are the odds? But it's but the color is nice. So I like this color. Yeah, that's my reason. That's gonna be my reason. I'm gonna stand by that. It's totally just not for. It's totally just not a fashion statement or anything. It's an actual useful item. It's not just for aesthetics. Everyone come riot RuneScape. RuneScape riot, let's go. We're gonna take over Falador. Falador, they will not know what hit them. Aisha knows repeatedly. Yeah, it's a miracle. The bone is still the miracle. The bone is still, at least for now. Knock on wood, that my nose will will stay. I've never broken anything. I've never broken a bone before. Another knock on wood. So, but we'll see. Hopefully, hopefully. Dress in your orangest attire. Oh yeah, what's like the... And I can't remember my RuneScape fashion. I can't remember my RuneScape. My fashionscape. What's like the orange? It's like an orange outfit. Can't remember. Haven't played in a long time. Hey, it's I'm gonna try. I went to sleep 2 a.m. It's better. It's a step in the right direction, but it's still not ideal. I'm gonna try and go even earlier. But I wanna wake up. Wanna wake up early tomorrow to get everything ready. So let's start the reading. Boxer. Blah 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 blah. Yes, totally. Oh. Oh, hi. Hello. Oh, look at them. They're still here. Oh, it's from the Half-Life Half-Life endurance there. Or you've been here all this time? Mr. P-Man. What? Oh, Freeman and Piano Cat. Yeah, sorry. Sorry for leaving. Sorry for leaving you guys here. Having a ball all this time. Oh yeah, look at them. Sorry. Sorry for getting you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Piano Cat may or may not have a cameo tomorrow. Is that yeah. Sorry for party rocking. Yeah, that's what Freeman would say. Piano Cat and P-Man. Yeah, I was saying them both at the same time and it came out P-Man. It's like G-Man, not like the number, the letter. Freeman would say he's totally singing in his mind. Freeman's mind. So yeah, I was so in a hurry that I didn't have time to you know, put the game to capture, but that's a quick fix. Okay. Am I yes? Game capture. There's the sounds. You're gonna see the game in a sec. Properties there. Yay! Yay! Is it correct? Correct. Well, it looks like so. Yay! Why is it like it's a little gray? Oh. What? Why have I changed the saturation and stuff? Oh, the opacity. Oh, why did I change those? Like, okay. That's the okay. Okay. Now it's correct. I hear them. Yeah, you hear cicadas. When They Cry, the sequel of Devil May Cry. Or another series of games that I should play at some point. Let me maybe I'll be a little smaller. And chat, you can go a little higher. Okay. Continue. 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're at end of chapter 7. That's the latest one. Let me get some. Kaskaiden laulu, yes. Kun kaskaat itkevät. I think I made a double save because I had one save issue before, then I got paranoid Okay, let's go with that one. Load. September what? September what 1st? Oh, is that the last time we did it? Oh my god, it's so long ago. Oh, I didn't realize it was that long ago. Ah. Okay. Yes. Instant pop. Jellybean. Oh, I remember. We got caught talking to the police officer to Rena and. Oh my god, Shion? Only a few years till we finish the novel. I would like to read all of them, but that's a big goal. Maybe a little quieter. Sleepy. What? Hey, whoa. Hey, I was a really big yawn, Kenchi-kun. What? Usually... Wait up. Wait up. Wait up, let me see. Oh no, has it happened once more? Or... That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem like the right place. I think that was something we have already done. Oh, wait. Oh, there's another page. Oh, there was another page. That makes sense. I got scared. Okay. 9. We're at 9. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, that was a... we had to already read that part. The needle incident. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened last time. So, okay. Chapter. Yeah, same day under chapter 9. Yes. I was like, this seems awfully jolly. This doesn't seem right. My friends tried to hide the needles in my mochi. Ba 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 da ba ba. I was like, okay, you're okay, Kate. You're awfully jovial. Okay, continue. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they come into my room right now, then... It was just Mama. I sprang into my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door.
何ケイチどうしたの
Keiji.
あ、ごめん。寝ぼけてた。
I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m. But the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. And I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. If I sleep for 10 hours, it's usually if you sleep too little or too much, it like almost feels the same. Or like zombie mode. But sometimes you have to do the 10 hours sleep if you're super sleep deprived. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well.
どうケイチ体の調子はどう
Mama, I'm sick.
学校行けそう
I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Or what if it had pierced my tongue? Re-piercing! If you're into those. There was undoubtedly a murderous intent. I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such dubious method as having me swallow a needle, would they? Would they? Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Rena and Mion. Mion, sorry! Mion! I get them mixed up! Mion! Fake fan! Get Mion and Shion mixed up. Well, it's complicated even in the... Mion has it... No, Shion! Hasn't even showed up yet in the story. Has he not? Yeah, he hasn't. Aren't you glad you didn't die? So the next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside. Would have been a joke compared to this.
ちゃんと病院は行った
Hello everybody! Hello! Welcome!
お薬は飲んだの
Welcome to a reading of a spooky visual novel.
まあ一応。
Something about the mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. Well, 2 days is not that much. Well, depends. Maybe in Japan, it's more serious. I would think so.
一度生活のリズムを崩すとなかなか戻らないんだから。
It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown. That's true, though. It's true.
そら、起きて。
起きて。
病は気からって言うのよ。
Such a mom. I'd heard that line many times before. You know that what they say, someone threats you with needles, you retaliate with cyanide. Yeah. Oh, it's just a prank. Need to prank them. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone.
ささ、顔洗ってらっしゃい。
Hmm.
ご飯はもうできてるわよ。 もうレナちゃんが来るまであんまり時間がないわよ。
Okay, I am going to school. Okay. Mom's stone meant I couldn't argue about it. I had to give up on skipping second day. Sun Tzu, Art of War. Oh, it's from that. I haven't... I haven't read that one. Okay, I'll believe you. If you hear it on the internet, it's true.
そうそう。今の壁にボタ餅を投げつけたのはケイチ？ダメよ、あんなことしちゃ。お父さん、怒ってたわよ。
But Mom didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. Why wouldn't you... Why wouldn't you tell? Like, Mom, my friends were trying to kill me in Minecraft. Okay. The story wills it. So we're gonna. Thank you, Miku Lover, for the follow. Thank you. Stop imagining things, you silly. That's what's probably gonna happen. It's always like that. But Mion said as she left yesterday, I'd hate if you missed school tomorrow. Came back and twirled in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? She didn't even have to really think about it. It was saying don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I acted differently, someone like Oishi-san, for example, might end up noticing that something's up. Meaning if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was gonna be? All the misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard last few days, I'd be able to keep living like normal.
そんな虫のいい話あるわけ?
I swallowed hard. Once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. He was saying, if I just forgot everything and kept living like I had been, I'd be forgiven.
Keiichi! ご飯冷めちゃうわよ。急いで降りてらっしゃい。早くしないとレナちゃんが来ちゃうわよ。
あ、今行くよ。
I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked at my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Given yesterday's event, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that happened the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. Rena, I can see a little bit of similarities. I think she's supposed to be a redhead or I think she's nice like orange-ish. Like a little short. For this to be normal, I have to be where I normally meet up with Rena. Renia. What if I cosplayed in her dress? Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Ding dong. I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Rena had arrived. Mom hurried me along.
ほら、レナちゃん来ちゃったわよ。急いで急いで。
My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side? Was it the Rena I knew? Well, at least the security lock is on, just in case. Couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual. Hi! Hello, there she is. An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. Hello, everybody.
遅かったから来てみたけど、今日はどうかな？
The matter in which Rena was concerned was without a doubt the Rena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Yeah, nothing to see here. Just the normal. Just forget about it. Yeah. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death, terminal illness and suicide, fatal beatings, the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rena and Mion were scary. Of course, forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi too. Mochi? What mochi? I don't know what that even is. Yeah, just a normal Tuesday. Normal Tuesday in Hinamizawa. Forget. Rena once again asked to make sure.
学校行けそう？
大丈夫だよ。
よかった。
Aw. Hello everybody.
じゃあ行こう。みーちゃん待ってるよ。
Nana showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. Or maybe she just hides it very well so that I can't tell. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Okay.
なのにさとこちゃんね、絶対にできるって意地になっちゃって。
As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual.
それで？
さとこちゃん不吉祥だから何度やってもできないの。かいかったんだよ。
So cute! Gonna take her home? Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense. So I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. Yeah, that's crazy. Haha. When you're at the 10th, oh, that's crazy. And they still keep going. We passed by one of our neighbors, and they call out to us.
あれ？ケイチちゃんにレナちゃん。今日はちょっと遅いんじゃないの？
She want to take you, Ronya, through home. She could. I wouldn't resist. I would be like, okay, this is how it's gonna go. How's everyone? I hope everyone's good.
ミオンちゃん先に行くって言ってたわよ。
Oh?
みーちゃん怒ってるかな。怒ってるかな。早く行こう、ケイチ君。
After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Rena turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Eh. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile.
ケイチ君笑った。
なんだよ。
Rena stopped and stared at me.
ケイチ君、今朝もなんか元気なかったから、まだ風邪が治らないのかなって思ってたけど、大丈夫みたいだね。だね。
Yeah, from the cold. Yeah. With a cringe, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Ichi my bottle. How can you still doubt Rena after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today and I imagined everything that thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. Yeah, that must be. Makes perfect sense. Yes. Yes. For sure. For sure. I really hope that was the case. Let's just ask her. So Rena, what was the needle? What's with the needle? Haha. Funny prank. Got me good. Guys like yourself. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Reina means queen in Spanish. It does? Oh. Needle was quite cold, yeah. Probably. If God would grant me one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I would want that what happened the past few days. More specifically, from the night of the Watanagashi up until last night, I wanted all of that to have never happened. Oh, this is really Ronya. One sweet smile and chat forgets everything. Oh. Really? Okay. Okay, did you forget? Do you still remember your name, at least? I hope you remember where you live, at least. Oh my god, I should have asked for more specific localities. Hi, you showed up in my feed. Oh, hi, welcome. Welcome. I'm glad YouTube YouTube algorithm is doing its thing. That's a cute model design. Thank you. Thank you. Girl with an axe. Nothing bad will ever happen here. The axe is only for getting rid of the, excess foliage. It gets quite cramped with the trees in Troll Forest. The trees grow really quickly. So that it's only for that. Who is this orange anime girl? Which one? Which one? Why is there two Rena? Oh, if I had a, oh my god, I wish I could have an anime. I wish I could have a sailor uniform outfit. Maybe someday. This one. Me? Oh, this one? This one? What was the question? Who is this? I'm Rania, and that is Irena. So close yet so far. I wonder how many times I've wished for this past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might still become reality. Whomst. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling.
で、ケイチ君。 昨日のおはぎ、ち
No!
ゃんと食べてくれた？
Ah! 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 Oh no! Oh god. What happened? Everything went inverted. That's weird. Maybe I should go get my eyes fixed or something. That's pretty strange. Or are they just the... Oh, it's just sakura trees because they're pink. Oh, nothing. Oh, Rena also became blue for some reason. Nothing scary about it. That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. Okay, yeah, time to bring up the needles. Time to bring up the needles. You cannot hide it anymore. There was a needle. There was a needle in my mochi. What was that about? Tell me. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. And her smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual, but that makes it scary. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? I don't think I ate them all. Or was it, I ate what, all but one, I can't remember. Of course, she wasn't talking about ask the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, did you get the message? She was trying to convey that.
Keiichi-kun?
I was reluctant to give an answer, and I stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Don't hesitate. It's my brother. Rena was acting the same as always, wasn't she? Yeah, Rena, yours was the best one, of course. It was brought in my usual way. Naturally, of course. Both my throat and mouth had gone dry. My lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. Aha, there was neat. I love. I never thought. Like, metal. Metal is such a good mochi flavor. Had to say something quickly. Ugh. I playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. His reaction was still normal. It seems that there wasn't a long pause, as I had thought. Somehow I finally squeaked out the rest. That metal! Delicious! However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rena broke into a usual soft smile and giggled with joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well.
そうなんだ。で、全部食べたのかな？かな？
My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here.
いや、全部は食べきれなかったからさ。まだ残ってるんだよ。
I was scared on my wits, but that's how I played it.
あれれ？どれがレナが が作ったのか当てる宿題はどうなっちゃったのかな。
There was one that stuck out for some reason. I'm not sure why, but I had like a little. uh, you know, like blood also tastes metallic. It's sort of like double whammy.
あの宿題って今日までだったっけ？
Couldn't you like tell? I remember you got like, oh, that one looks different. That's probably Lorena's or whatever.
うん、今日までなんだよ。みーちゃん怒るよ。きっと罰ゲームだね。
We both laugh at each other again. To a casual observer, it was a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then I'd think it was such a usual morning routine. I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rena.
嘘だ！
I recalled that unexpected piercing voice. I could hardly believe it came from Rena's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Well, it's time to head to work. I hope everyone have a good day and night. Oh, thank you. Have a good time at work. Yes, do your best. Thank you. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rena? No, that was wrong. That was still Rena. Oishi-san told me, didn't he?
実は調べてみたら、リュウグウさんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。
If he gave her the needle and said that's something she's lost. Oh yeah, sorry, there was that. Just like casually, like similar. If you just had a friend over and they forgot something at your house and you were like, hey, you forgot this. You know, there's. Is this needle yours? Maybe that will work. Maybe. Suspended from school. Yes.
なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
Forgot this needle. Yeah, I took it on my throat. Haha! I could have like accidentally hurt some myself. Haha! Haha! Funny that got me. Smashed all the windows. Hey! Like, it's subtle, but when I do this, the spark from my eyes vanishes. They become dead. Ah, there it is again. Could have ate it. Be careful next time. I adore you with over design. Really? Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad. I don't challenge Rena to a staring contest. You will lose. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't have. Is that how you would say it? That Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't. Or am I just... I'm best being stupid. It sounds weird. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. This is disorder than normal people. Where does the line go? There's many different disorders. So like there's physical disorders, mental disorders. Normal people have the normie disorder. It's a very serious one. It makes it so that you really enjoy small talk with everyone, and you really enjoy looking people in the eyes, and you enjoy the current things only. It's a very, very, you know, anyone in your life might be affected. You must know the signs before it's too late. Disorder to separate your skull from the torso. That's a pretty serious one. But like you can have an illness and be normal, right? Like where does the line go? Like everyone has like no one, like there is not a single person in this earth that is not like 100% healthy. all of us, like at least when you get old, you're gonna have something. Okay, nitpicking. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. Probably very cool. There's no standard as normal. Yeah, it's every even in different countries, normal is different. Yeah. She probably looked very cool. Do that, yeah, girl. Show them. Show the establishment who's boss. Yes, smash. Smash the windows, girl. So she's crazy, or are we crazy? Who's crazy? One thing I knew that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all the windows all throughout the school. Dedicated. Just imagine going through your school, breaking all the windows with a bat. Whoa! There she goes. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. I knew she looked cool. Your classmates aghast. Are they present? It looks like it's evening. Are they in school? But like in Japan, people are at school like later. She's batshit crazy. Yeah, she's looking badass. Yeah. Oh my god, love her. Can we fix her? Yes, we can. Unable to move from sudden turn of events. She feels cramped spaces. Oh, that's what it is. Hi, chat. Hello, chat. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. We can fix her, guys. Yes, we can. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Ask her about it. Hey, Rena, if you were to, I don't know, break all the windows in your school for some reason, how would you do it? What's the strategy? Tell me. A lot of flex tape. To fix her or the windows. Or both. Smash! It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with Rena smiling at me right now. Both. That's what I thought. Cute uniform, by the way. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible, because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant piercing sound of shattered glass. The crunching noise as Rena threads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rena's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they just jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Why are there so many windows in Japanese schools? Don't all schools have a lot of... Well... depends on the size. I thought all schools have quite a few windows. Well, there's like every classroom has their own window. Always have a window. Just a sporty girl. Yeah, just a girl. Just a girl. And a lot of my school, I have a... Yeah, that's the mental image I have too. Did they run to the staff room to call for the teacher? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting window after window, undoubtedly, all they could do was silently clear a path for her. They have met their match, or their... The weak must fear the strong. I think all schools have a lot of windows? Yeah, well, it makes it more open. Very more open. Cleaners get paid? Yeah. I'm dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something different from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? Take her home, or take them home? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would be the next window. Oh no. I have to say a bad joke. Is Rena an Apple user? Because she hates Windows? I'm sorry, I'll show myself out. I'll show myself out. Ah! Ah! Whoopam! Whoopam! Then Rena struck. Rena staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Mistä nyt sitten tiedät, no ikkunalta puhtaat laskusta, se on laskua. Onpa puhtaat ikkunat, Linux main. Yeah, Mac or Linux, one of the other. Like somebody is breaking apples, I reversed that joke in the day. They have I've never heard of anyone smashing apples. I've heard smashing watermelons and smashing pumpkins. Jealously, she hits me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? Like you're just fantasizing. I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent, it was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, it didn't make as pleasant sound as the other windows. Ow! Ow! How is Pro not dead? He's just thinking about Rena beating him up. Right, maybe okay. Well, never mind. She struck me continuously. Over and over again. The sound of Rena wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Basket. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. Of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They didn't gain nothing from saving a cramped school try-hard like me. Ah! Oh no! Oh no, not the ketchup bottle! Rena! Rena, what have you done? It's all over the floor. Eventually, there would be a faint sound, similar to when you crack and open a walnut. Some sort of reddish black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Oishi-san told me.
でですね、そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテに、レナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね。その中に出てくるんですよ。結構。
何がです？
出てくるんですよ。お社様って単語が。
Bim bum boom bum. Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. If I break some arm and a leg, I can fix her. She's so quirky. She's just quirky, guys. Just a quirky girl. Then as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama.
親代様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。
Got suspended.
枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture. It was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Rena did was she saying the ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama. Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were a work of men and not of some curse. Except, it was people perpetrating the incidents. My friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incident. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rena? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome, and accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So, that's how it was. There was a second side to Rena. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame, or now you believe that. She's not really evil, I can fix her, yay! This was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Oh, bruh. Keiichi. Keiichi's coping hard. Which was the better choice? Accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists? Or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths? Didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that, but that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning of my own convenience, regardless of whether my opponent were a human or a curse. I won't let it kill me. As if I would just bend it over and give in. For no good reason at all. Ah!
ケイチ
Hey, you're finally awake.
さっきから変な顔してる。なんでだろう。
Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exercised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things. You were trying to cross the border, right? Just like us. And the fake thief? Thief? No! Damn you storm cloaks. Empire was nice and lazy until you came along. I would have stolen that horse and be halfway to Hammerfell. On a Skyrim when? I'm planning to do the Skyrim drinking game again once we hit 2,000 followers on Twitch, which should be, if things go as they are, it's gonna be in December. It was like I was trying to placate myself. 2,000 mods Skyrim. Oblivion! I should. As I let the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. Classic. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. Ah ha ha ha! There's the brat. Who's the little brat? Who's the little brat?
ずる休みの圭一さんにはお似合いですことよ。圭一もレナもおはようございますです。おはよう、さとこちゃんにリカちゃん。
Not quite in the mood for it. I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked down silently and attacked her. Do not.
何なんですの？
なんでですわ？
張り合いがありませんわ。
I love the
圭
fang.
一、まだ本調子じゃないみたいです。
Fang best. Fang best.
うん。だから、今日は加減してあげて、ね。
Yeah, please. Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Oh no, is it?
や
Hi.
あ、ケイちゃん、しっかり休んできた？
Hi. It was Mion. I knew it. My mind was full of this stuff about Rena. But Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi? That hawkish gaze from yesterday.
ああ、おはよ
なんだ
Hi,
なんだ
old man.
ずいぶんと覇気のない挨拶じゃん。差し入れのおはぎ、ちゃんと食べてくれなかったの？
I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out.
う。やっぱ食欲がなくてさ。いくつかは食べたけど、だいぶ残しちゃったんだ。
Nah.
あれ、じゃあ宿題は？
Well, when you're sick, your appetite is horrible. I don't even want coffee. Don't even want coffee if I'm sick. But I have to. I like drinking morning cup, but it's not like the same.
どれがレナの手作りかってのの回答は？
I have a guess.
圭一くん宿題忘れなんだって。
I have an educated guess.
ありゃー。
Yeah.
ああ、仕方ないね。罰ゲーム。
Ah, no. 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 Was an alert smile returned to her seat. The punishment is you guys go to jail. Just needles with... excuse me, there was some mochi in my needles. How dare you? There was nothing from our exchanges of what to cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. And of course, anyone listening to our conversation up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maebara, no one would ever suspect him. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. Hi! After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Always in tough situations, you must ask yourself, what would Dio... what would Dio do in this situation? Gonna Dio da! Oh. Oh, it's not the end of chapter. It was just the midpoint. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered on the orb, the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. Oishi-san is the detective. Warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. Ronius, roll out! My army! No, calling a warning was just a habit of understanding things. It probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Charge! Charge! Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, didn't change the fact that I knew too much. Chilling sensation on my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using the seed until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have? Was erased? Damn! I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily, never! But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all their suspicious behavior. Warning like this has made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I wanted to believe. Doubting my friends. Covering for them. My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that I should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Renan and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with this unresolvable train of thought. Are you an idiot, Genshin Maibara? Answer should be obvious. But maybe. And sewing needle might just been an accident, right? Huh. How do you screw up and drop a sewing needle in a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far, yes. Good. Both Rena and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously. Very stiff hair. It has a lot of hairspray, so it's hard. Maybe it was some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? Was it suspicious? Was I right? Ludicrous, right? Rena just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. And I was standing outside my door, eavesdropping for a solid hour. She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour? Outside of your room? And it's normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did their former school. But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault.
いい加減にしろよ、前原圭一。お前、命を狙われてるって自覚あるのかよ。
There we go. Wah. And inadvertently blurted those words out loud. Oh, which one? Which one? Oh no. Oh no, did you say, oh no, they're trying to kill me out loud? Afterwards, I had to look and see if anyone else heard it. A little soliloquy got a little too close to the truth. Oh no. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me, someone was still trying to deny that. It's late in the game. Such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student. Man living his normal, ordinary life. Just a normal high school student. And a protagonist. Do you think I could suddenly believe on my friends who had been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday and how intended to kill me? Right?
甘えるな、ケイチ。
This time I remembered to keep my voice down, so only I could hear it. There was one thing and I now understood. I was too soft. Didn't completely understand how dangerous Ren and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion. To try and kill me, I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or anything in the class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would have probably have happily jumped into that circle. Are you going home?
ケイチさん。帰り支度とはあんまりですことよ。
The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar. Almost physically hurt.
あれケイチくん、今日は都合悪いのかな今日こそ二人で大勝利。
Oh. Seeing Rena's expression, which said he was really looking forward to the day, was hard to take. Hey, Kichi. Maybe Oishi-san... Maybe Oishi-san's just an enormous jerk, trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Yeah, makes perfect sense. He's just jealous that you guys are such good friends. And he never had any friends. So he's trying to sabotage your friendship by coming up with this stupid stuff. Slap. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking. I slap myself in the face good.
ケイチくん
Oh, sorry, you gotta go home. My cat needs oil. Oil change. Yeah, those cat oil changes. Yeah, was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it was actually one or not. I just wanted to someone to say it was. Gah, yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive?
大丈夫頭痛いの
Apparently, that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena.
顔色悪いよ一人で帰れる送ってった方がいいかな
いや、いい。ごめん。一人で帰れる。部活はみんなでやってくれよ。
On hearing that, I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting. Mion pouted unhappily.
ケイちゃんがリベンジ熱望してたってんで、今日はせっかくこの間の推理ゲームにしたってのにな。
ケイチさんにはリターンマッチに臨む熱いハートはありませんですの情けないですわね。
How pathetic. How pathetic. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag. I was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head.
ケイチ、具合悪そうです。かわいそうですよ。
I'm not well. I'm not well. I'm a sick little boy. Sick. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite head. It felt so nice. Which made things even harder.
ごめんな。
How can she, the Korean one, be such a brat have such a normal tone? Formal tone, sorry. Yeah, that is Mion. Really? Gaslight. Got me poopy pants.
みんな。
They would.
じゃあ。
No, not Mion? Oh, Satoko. Oh, I thought, is it green one? I thought it meant hair. Green dress? Oh, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's amazing. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. We're gonna kill you! We're coming for you tonight! Oh no. Managed to make it all the way. The entrance in that state of mind. Got my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Hard in the hard gates in my body. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them. Because aren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. Ever played Umineko? I have not. I should. I heard that it's really good. I felt like my personality was being ripped in two, along with my body. If this is what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse. I believed in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So, seriously, give me a break. Beg you, come on. Dinner wasn't usually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup had normally tantalized my appetite instead tastes like nothing but boiled water. That was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Because my dad was at the dinner table, either meant that he had just reached a good point to take a break or he was in a slump.
とにかく作家のモチベーションってものを理解してないんだよ彼は。
タイアップの話だって口約束なんでしょ。そんなに反りが合わないならきっぱりお断りしたら。
助け合いの世界だからお互い様だとは思うんだけど、これじゃ仕事にな。
I wasn't able to pick out much from my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a pleasant topic. The table did it! Table! It was made by the same guys. Higurashi, if you get a chance to play it, is really good. Yeah, I should. Someday. And of course, with the disgusting food everyone is appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process it had going all day long. Can you tell me shortly what this game about? Well, we we are new in this town, and we made some friends. But then it turns out that there's been mysterious deaths happening over the past years, and you're now he's beginning to suspect his friends. Maybe that does it. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends. I could no longer trust them. Yeah. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends. I could no longer trust them right now. I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on. When push came to shove, they were something that I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring the currently hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person in Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena was so diligent in looking after me. Came to get me every day. Sometimes brought over a share of what she had made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explain, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand. My high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Aww, that's sad. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. What about Oishi-san? What about Oishi-san? Is he like bad now too? No, by informing them of these unnecessary things. He's no friend, but he's like trying to solve, or I don't know. Well, cops can never do anything in horror stuff. So maybe that's right. You're putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, they couldn't even joke about it. Oh yeah. For the entire Maebara family to have an accident or just to vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What's important here was knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, I meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. Which means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. It's funny how cops can't do shit, but random people are somehow excellent and yeah. Wanting this house to be a safe haven. That was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. Detroit and become human. Become Become. I was trying to do some kind of joke, but I couldn't. Like, become. Become funny, please. Knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. And the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Yes! Best of the best of us. I believe you. I believe you. But like, yeah, for the record, I'm gonna say again, like, I have seen the anime. I'm a big fan of the anime, so like I am aware. I am aware of the storyline, but this is like I'm reading the visual novel for the first time, so it's kind of like a new experience. But yeah, obviously no spoilers. No spoilers. Those who know, those who have the knowledge, go to Night City and become a mercenary. Welcome to Night City. Become John Wick. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was that passionate about solving this game. Oh yeah, Keiichi had this like feeling that he's just using Keiichi to solve the case, like baiting. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as a bait. Then when the fish started getting around, Oishi-san would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating. Even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. It wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. They struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Oichi-san. No question it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So if I phoned him in a moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I would need to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situation or something, good idea. I just had to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived.
よし、少し見えてきたぞ。
I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen. But now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah. It would probably be the best if I had a concealed weapon from when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade. But that wasn't too reassuring for combat. All this relaxing piano music while we're thinking about having which weapon are we gonna carry for? It was a recognized weapon by the public. That also wasn't good. You can hide it in your pocket. Really, when the time comes, long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. Stab. I think that's what you do with that. Okay, we're going for bat, but remember there was a metal bat at school. You could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then I would be This business for me to always carry it around. Always. I could go to school early tomorrow and take her in. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter. So one more thing, sirens. Could be something like note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a some sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, journal will be left behind. With my journal in its possession, Mrs. would be able to avenge my death. Where we're going. We're going quite far with this, but okay. Gotta be sure. Oh, I still like lying in bed, thinking about the worst case scenarios. Trying to sleep. Left my parents in cross. Their conversation about work and went back to my room. That's how all those journals from Skyrim came to be. Tore a piece of paper from a notebook. And made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. Aww. The off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I get in my bar. I'm in fear for my life. Made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up and often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it down. I do not know why they are after my life. Hear the crickets in my left ear. Maybe they are a little stronger in the left ear. I was trying to try to listen with my like headphones, taking the other ear off. Right now, the others was suspicious, but I had no proof. They are okay. It was hard for me to tell. That's why I couldn't write anything more. I let myself a writing such a passage draped in mystery. What, you just typed, I'm in fear for my life. I can only pray that they would work. But I prayed for the most though, what this journal never needed to play this part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple. So I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know, is that it has something to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then I would seem like I was just delusional. I'm not gonna say anything. In order to appear to the reader that the person had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. It's needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. Crickets are suspicious. They are. It's the crickets. Folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it instead. They. The other hand, it was the cicadas. The cicadas would discover it first. That's what he meant, right? It was too obscure of a location. There was a risk. Nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall. Why would they look? Why would they look under a clock? Well, it's not falling on the back of it. Well, when they, like if something happened to you, maybe their family would move out, and they would like take the clock off the wall. I don't know, scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back to its normal position. Yeah. didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up such that if anything happens to me, my parents would find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. Just tell the girls I know everything. Yeah, just... just like, yeah, take me. I'm here. Parents were still talking about work. Didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I got in.
話中ごめん。ちょっと聞いてもらっていいかな。
Have something, I never started off a conversation like that before. So my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me.
どうしたのケイチ？
お願いがあるんだけど、聞いてほしいんだ。もしもだよ。
圭一、急ぎの話じゃなきゃ後にしなさい。お父さんとお母さんはちょっと今、急ぎの話をしてるんだ。
I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request.
もしもだよ。俺が死んだらさ。
Oh, going. We're going straight to the point, huh? Both of my parents' eyes were as water saucers. Mom, Dad, if I die, could you check the clock? Like, oh my god, like, well, they're not gonna think you're crazy. They're not gonna think you're crazy. Kichi's dad is alcoholic, I'm almost sure. Well, he's an artist. He's like a painter. So, there's a high chance. There's a high chance. Like, let's be real.
死んだらさ、俺の部屋にある時計、あれを棺に入れてほしいんだ。
Oh, the clock is my favorite thing in the world. Well, if it levels like what is like some cute, you know, those like clocks for kids that they have like cartoons in them, or like, well, I have a clock with cats on my wall. You haven't seen it, but it's cute. But I don't think I'm that attached to it. They just if I die, you can take all my stuff in Minecraft. If I did this, I would do it with some kind of like toy from your childhood, like something. I would something like actually important to you, not the freaking clock. Bury with my pogs. Like I have this one stuffed animal that my grandma made me when I was a child. Like I would, if I did that, I would like put the note in like behind it so you can't see it, and they're like, yeah, freaking clock. Oh, Okay. I thought it was gonna say like, could you check? Could you check behind the? Oh my! But they would like go look behind. They would be like, especially the mom. Oh my God, Geiji's mom would be like, oh what's behind it? What is he hiding behind the? I'd like to bird my sword, but I have no idea how to hide a note using it. My memoir. My manifesto. But my parents. My parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. Couldn't blame them.
あの時計、工作の授業で作ったお気に入りなんだ。
His clock. Yeah, it symbolizes the time that has now run out of my existence.
頼むよ。
Oh well, there's no like good situation to say something like this to your parents, but like in the dinner table.
どうしたの？
Yeah. I would like to be buried in my laptop SSD. For no reason in particular.
ケイチ、
Ah!
何かあったの？
My mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was normal response when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. Awkward mood. Leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room.
俺さ、明日は早くに学校に行きたいから、もう寝るよ。おやすみ。
Saying only that, I left the living room. I needed to go to school early tomorrow to secure that path. As make today the last day I went to school with Rena. Aww. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. Poor communication skills, yeah. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. Everybody together now. I stand alone. Inside, I stand alone. Wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. Okay, that was another chapter. I haven't been really reading the tips in a while, but for now I'm just reading the story. It's like extra stuff. Let's do this alone like a true warrior. Let's save. Yes. Continue. That was the first time I'd ever woken up with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. Sometimes it feel like that. I made preparation for the next day of school before I went to bed. Changed quickly and descended to deserted lower floor. I feared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it off with instant cocoa. just as I was finishing. I thought. Oh, I thought he was putting the cocoa on the bread. I was like, what? What? It's drinking the cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber.
あら、ケイチ。今日は早いの
Ara,
ね。
Keiichi.
学校の行事か何か？
別に。
Answering bluntly, Not really. What do you mean, not really? So there kind of is. Picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat.
もう行くの？お弁当は？もうちょっと待ってくれないとできないわよ。
If I waited her to make lunch, I would end up in the same time as usual. Like to the death event. If I did that, I would raise the echoes of me. Resist the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to school
今日
alone.
はいいよ。
Drank the most delicious cocoa and then I faced my fate. I downed the chalky milk like a true warrior would. Hope if I
じゃあお昼はどうするの？
抜け出して商店で菓子パンでも買うよ。
そう。じゃあこれ、お昼代ね。
Aw, Mom.
ちゃんとレシート持ってくるのよ。こんなに早いけど、レナちゃんたちもこんなに早いの？
I took the thousand yen. Yeah. Pretty early right now.
いや、俺だけ。
レナちゃんには早く出るって伝えてあるの？
Yeah, Mom is sad. Like, of course she would be. Chalky milk is either the greatest or worst thing you have that day, depending on how your stomach reacts. If it has lactose in it. I have no reason to tell her every little detail, now do I? All the true warriors like chalky milk. The warm and delicious and has a lot of nutrients for your warrior body. Yeah. Yeah. Though in Skyrim, they call people milk drinkers. Find it difficult answering the onslaught of questions. I made an annoyed face.
レナが来たら、ケイイチは先に行ったって伝えてよ。
ちょっとケイイチ、待ちなさい。
It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I would only hope that they didn't get involved. And it was safer that way. My mom's annoying. Keiichi. Don't call your mom that. She's just doing her best. She's trying to help you. My annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road. School alone. Up until now, I have always walked down the same path at the same time each day. I always went with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the places where I would normally meet them. Of course, Rena wasn't at the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at that spot where we would have met up with me on. The length of the tree's shadow, the morning air, the brightness of the sun was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion of Hinamizawa had set out for me before it had enough time to prepare all the props needed to deceive me.
あら、ケイイチくん。今朝は早いわね。みんなで早朝から待ち合わせ？
Morning! Hello, everybody! The person who called out to me was someone we almost passed by as they were taking a long walk on the edge of the fields. Their name was, I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other.
今朝は早くに目が覚めちゃったので、気分転換なんです。 あまり気にしないでください。
I threw out a random excuse.
レナちゃんやミオンちゃんはどうしたんだい？
One thing can take it there. I forgot. It's I forgot.
今日は一人なの？
It's like I like the I dot forgot.
ええ、まあ。
I was being asked the same type of question from my mom was asking. Everyone's are so curious. I answered them in the same uninterested manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone. Maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we will still be friends. Stop it, Ichi. Don't think about that anymore. I spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Cornhole blared from out of nowhere. Wishi-san? Even though I was walking lost in thought, the horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder, and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. The large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? Isekai? Inside my head, instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, the time itself had frozen. In the silence in that frozen moment, I compared the van, so close that I had nowhere to touch it. My body, upper half twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out the way in my current position. So hard. What would you do? Yay! If I lost focus now and this moment would unpause, I would probably be plowed over, caught in this silly pose. Bend my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bend far enough, I'll get away with just being hit on it by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder, sending me spinning off through the air like a top. Like a top? Locked in my contorted position. Splash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched, but the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I would be to keeping unscathed. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough time to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Ah! This kid is way too young to know what half of those words mean. Well, it's it is a visual novel. Novel after all. They have writing like this. Couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me. What do you mean your internal monologue isn't like this? Hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slugged through the muddy paddy and made my way back on the road.
これって犯罪じゃねえのかよ、ちくしょう。
Stop! Shit, I'll track you down and sue you! If I go looking for a van, I'm sure I'll find us in the little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side. It had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you would dare full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. My internal dialogue is in 3 different languages, switching randomly. Yeah, mine is in English. English sometimes. English. Not only was it a narrow road, the car just now was closer to my side on the road than the other when he passed me. Blah blah blah. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. The car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I parted ways with the person taking a walk, I had a feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then he had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have been suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought. I was kicking myself and not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, it floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and this realization of how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. The van was intentionally trying to hit me. Cold, vicious sweat dripped down from my scalp and slid down my back before tripping off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. It was just an accident. Why did he drive off then? Don't be so naive, Keiichi. Well, some people do that, I know. Being lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, the next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivety. Ow. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining. Wait. I'm getting caught up. So, whoa. I'll run you in chat if I have to be honest. I really like you. Thank you. Thank you. No, I'm not getting caught anymore. Had by the drawer a little bit, but not not. You know what I mean. I began walking again. This time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others until now. No, it was because I had suspected and I had believed there was no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation? I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual. A bit of off topic, but I've been nearly ran over 2 times in 1 year. Like drivers just floored it when I was on crossroads, just one step from their cars. I'm lucky I was able to react and stop. It's interesting that happened 2 times. Oh, that's scary. Like I've had like one. I've had one like almost because I was on a bike and I was crossing a road and there was like a blind spot and the car was just coming at the same time, but luckily the driver stopped. Mm. It was me whenever I try crossing the road. Yeah, be careful. Be careful, please. But yeah, that's the scariest because, well, even if you are careful, like there's some people out there who just do not consider other people. So yeah, stay safe. Wouldn't be the safest just to hold myself up in my house. Yes. The moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales of those tales Oshi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakushi. Oh yeah, that thing. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous, the whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. Strong sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. As of the day, never use your never lose your vigilance for crossing a road. Yeah, that's why everyone gets taught it so many times as kids. Always look both ways. Like, this way, and once again this way. Look at severe paranoia disorder. It could be, or unless. Who knows? The sudden flash of sunset in my life. I had no idea what was going on anymore. And I suspected it was the work of man. I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro's curse. Alright, take care. See ya. Bye-bye. Raccoon only has to happen once. When I stepped onto the road and the car was stopped because red light floored it when I got to the road. What the hell? Oh my god. Some people. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really truly wanted to know was how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye sitting on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight, and I will keep me alive. So much internal monologue. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door blocking my entry. At the very least, I want to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. I can't remember how many episodes like this entire thing is in the anime. But it can't be like more than 5. So they got a lot of the monologuing out. Imagine if this was like beat to beat. I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing to bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. There's a church inside the classroom. It was something in the classroom to begin with, and there wouldn't be a problem. Wasn't there in the, like, you know, the game locker? Didn't everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers? Is the school open? I think I came early, nobody was here yet. But how's the open? Well, is it like... I know that in the countryside, people don't like often lock their doors, but like surely they would lock the school. Hmm. Then the power. 5 episodes later. Tolstoy. Oh boy. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? Couldn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. I couldn't be helped at this point. Until a Tim's storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivete whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But soft ideas would no longer protect me. Like a bowling ball. Well, that would do damage. I wonder how many episodes Ronya was powering up before her first stream. I can't remember exactly, but I did gather courage for a long time. And I remember I was like feeling sick because I was so nervous. I think they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. Power up. I will turn blonde soon. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. Yeah, there's like I know that he's in a weird situation, but his thoughts seem like like delusional. Like this, I think this is what like if someone is like paranoid, like actually, like seriously paranoid, would be like, oh my god, not even my house is gonna be safe. I need to find a weapon. But yeah, not blaming him. It's easy to laugh from the sidelines when you're just reading. You can't know. You don't know what he's going through. But I believe that no, not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. As long as I live, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That was much to be expected. But what about the... Or am I just remembering from the anime or something? I don't know. Like, I remembered in the anime... Oh no, spoilers! There was that the bat was in the, the playing... the game locker in the classroom. But, I don't know. Or, I'm not sure. There's no way there would be anything that be a weapon in the classroom. Scissors. I like paper cutter, paper. What's like the paper knife. The one that has the little thing that blade comes from inside, How over the top this is. We haven't seen anything yet. Oh my god, the stuff that comes up later. In case of emergency, it was nothing that I could do but swim my own chair. If they have like those old-timey, the pointing stick, that could be sharp. The orphan is a psycho. The mom looks paranoid. She even beats her in front of everybody. The keys land in lockers that are come to be used for personal storage. Yes! The locker that Mion used to store her. Pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class all lined up. Like there's even... You could use a pencil like in a worst case scenario. With like a hard pencil. Not the best, of course, but... Uh. I wouldn't want to break the vase, but you could use the shards. This is thing that you draw circles called. I don't know what that is in English. I get. I don't remember what that is to say. What that is in English. But yeah, that has a sharp point. Now I'm just trying to analyze what I would use. But like this has like is it harpy? Yeah, harpy. Like elementary school. Like this is like you have like elementary schoolers in here. So elementary schoolers do a lot of like arts and crafts. So you could find like some tools that could be dangerous. Of course, there was one for me as well. I'm just like over analyzing this. I'm going crazy. There was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Or if it, do they have a kitchen in this school? Because everyone brings lunch from home. I don't think they have a kitchen. They might have a teacher break room. Like some sort of kitchen that has a knife. Yes, use a pencil, yes. There's supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all their lockers. I swiftly began opening their lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. Umbrella? If anyone you have seen the anime called Another, you would know how deadly an umbrella can be. An umbrella. Couldn't find anything. This could be my weapon. About to give up on finding anything decent when I. Well, umbrella would be like discreet to carry around. Yeah. Open a locker, that's exactly what I wanted. I knew it! It was without a doubt the metal bat. It was well worn and beaten up. There was no doubt it was usable. In the locker, that reeked of mold, there was also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. Check if one kid has gold and silver bullets. Unfortunately, this is not America. Otherwise, if that was a case, then they probably asked for it back. And where yeah. Classic scene. That's then they could hear voices of children scuffling their way noisily from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Yeah, they're always earlier.
おはようございますです。あらあらあら、今朝はお早いですわね、ケイチさん。
I was in a small village school. Oh, did they have like how many students? Like it sounds really cozy. Don't only hit the bat I was holding behind my back.
なんなんですのその身なりは。
24 in the whole school. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, you know. Yeah.
泥 泥だらけでしたよ。
ああ、まあちょっとあってな。すぐ着替えるから勘弁しろ。
That said, I began taking off my clothes. Keiichi! Keiichi, go to the bathroom or something. Ah!
レディーの前でお着替えなんてしつけがない。
Yes, lady! Don't mind me being covered in mud and hundas.
着替えをじーっと見てるレディーもしつけがなってないと思うぞ。男子は更衣室がないんだから諦めろ。
There's no changing room for the boys? Why? I started to feign disgust. Or she feigned disgust. She went to the wall. They went into the wall. Oh, she's a girl. Is there a mod available? I need to need to DM the mod on Discord. There might. I don't think they're in here at the moment, but yeah, you can. I'm sure you can DM them if you're having some issue, but that's no reason to. Baby is still watching always. You know that. Remember that. Remember that well. If a mod is not present, you are still being watched. Okay. It's no excuse to act up. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. Oh, she's staring. Nippa!
リカちゃんもレディーなら着替えを見てるのは良くないと思うぞ。
僕はレディーじゃないですからいいのです。
No, who is pretty silly? You are a lady. Bum. She delivered about it and looked at me with unturned eyes.
じゃあリカちゃんも今からレディーだ。
Yes.
レディーなら仕方ありませんです。
Yeah. Rika-chan appearing to be satisfied with me considered the lady made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. This I breathed a sigh of relief. Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me.
ケイイチは野球を始めますですか？
Observing. It seemed that Rika-chan had noticed the bat.
ああ、ちょっとさ。体がなまってさ。ちょっと素振りでも始めようかなってな。
健康に気を使うのはとても良いことだと思いますです。
She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but I stopped and looked back at me once more.
そのバットなくさないでくださいねです。
She went into the wall as well. Since she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. No one's just keeping it in case someone attacked me. Somebody orange haired. Name start with R. Not me. She knows the monsters. There was no name on the locked door. Didn't know whose bat it was. No, not me! It's a coincidence. It would be borrowing, I think, like complained. Gnome when they cry. Woo! 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 Wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still have plenty of time before class began because it came so early. took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known that I would always have the bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't an academic type and wasn't much of an athlete either. I must get the muscle pain if I might get muscle pain if I suddenly start swimming. Well, are you a warrior or not? Are you a warrior or not? I should at least start out with some warm-ups. Yes. Doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary. Which was the exact opposite of my mental state. I gripped up the bat and swung lightly. Whoa. The bat was no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when it needed to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying around would deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. Wow.
あれ
あれ
ケイちゃんまだ何やってんの
Practicing. Practicing for combat. Simple party with just a hysterical voice has jumped. Hysterical.
あ、ケイチくん、野球部だよ。野球部だよ。
Just Rena and me on.
先に行ったって言われて驚いたけど、ケイちゃん、あんた何やってるわけ？
見てわからないかよ。素振りだよ。甲子園だよ。別にダイエットでもいいぞ。
ダイエットってケイちゃん、そんなに太ってたっけ？
Are you really that?
ああ、知らなかったろ。実は三段腹なんだ。
Lord!
もちもちでタプタプなんだぞ。
Jiggle, 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 jiggle.
もちもちでタプタプ。
Rena? Rena, bonk, bonk, bonk!
レナ、変な想像しなくていいぞ。
To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar. Jiggling your belly, vulgar. Ruffled her hair messily.
じゃあまあ、頑張って県大会を目指してちょうだいよ。おじさん応援してるわ。野球部の強い高校、教えよっか。そこにいる左腕の亀田くんが、すごいピッチャーなんだけどさ。頑張ってね。
Seems they already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really didn't make it to the championship, then it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball and run past the ball, so I just threw and changed over to being the catcher in a burst of super incredible explosive speed. Of course, I'd laugh dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground.
くそ！何笑ってんだよ、俺！
I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. They smile at me like that. I'll... You what? You what? Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that, if they make me smile, makes me smile like that, I knew quite well that there were demons dwelling my smile. Demons dwelling my smiling friends. I just couldn't believe it. That kind of split personality really exists. Kamarina confessed to the doctor, or they're simply being possessed by her Shirosama. Other words, the supernatural being like Shirosama really exists. to possess everyone trying to kill me. And that would be wonderful. Ah! Oh yeah. Only everyone was actually my friends all along. It was just Shima-sama's fault.
前原圭一のバカ野郎だから
Yelled out, throwing out all the power from the pit of my stomach and raised the bat violently into the air.
甘えるんじゃね
I screamed out, all my might. I beat the metal bat in the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. You're your enemy. Smash. Like and subscribe. Like how I let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing hurt the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Smash, let's go. Smash or pass. Smash, pass. Gasp with a sudden realization. That was the final bell! Huh? I felt as if the tension... What? Huh? As I felt the tension drain from me. A little deep breath. Oh, the time skip. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. Didn't say. I felt especially comfortable. I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it, as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
ケイチくん、やろうやろう。部活の時間なんだよ。だよ。
The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses.
ほらほら、ケイちゃん、ぼーっとしない。机を寄せて寄せて。
Everyone's moving their desks together as usual. That's right, I was a happy fun club time! But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed... Oh, okay. Well, are they gonna be suspicious? You already skipped yesterday. Haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk in my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. I'm in the going home club now.
今日も直帰なわけ？
Mio sounded quite disappointed.
気分が乗らないんだ。しばらくほっといてくんないかな。
Don't my words that spilled from my mouth match Mio's disapproving glare. I felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean I could leave if I wanted, but the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pens used to mount an insect on display, left me in place. And I was the one who got through the heavy mood.
ケイチくん、やっぱり女の子と一緒に遊ぶのなんか嫌だったかな？かな？
You said it in just such a melancholic tone, and it sent a wind of pain racing through my heart. Oh, I heard you having a birthday coming up. How old are you turning? I can give the right birthday. right birthday punches. Mm, uh, as a lady, I cannot disclose my age. So, just how many? Just as you can just pick whatever. You can pick whatever number. Girls have cute booties, yes. Get away from me. You're gonna... You're making me soft. Ladies always 19. I can take that. Spain was going to kill me. I wanted to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. Who said I'm 14 and this is deep? Okay, Chi. Want to be 17 forever? You couldn't buy alcohol. If you're 17 forever. Ah! I tore at my chest, finally tearing out the pins that held me place.
そういうわけじゃねえよ。
I don't want to be hurting myself or saying anymore, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. If you're born a Zoomer, you die a Zoomer. No matter how old you are, that's true. That is very true. Well, Zoomers will be all like considered the same that Boomers are now. So that's just how the circle of life. They just speak a word to me as I left. Cannot unzoom. Yes. It's just that it's something you are marked with in birth. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I would want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up. Zoomers are born 1998, 2010. Yeah, it's a little difficult because like the Zoomer start year, like I've seen it like it goes from, I've seen it like go from 1996, 1997, 1998, like depending on like the source. So like those are a little like gray area. And millennials are in between. The next in Zuma. Man scared of Hot Wheels. That's why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that? That car this morning until we were at a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence as there was nobody there to begin with. I couldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. Just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Maybe it's your echo. Maybe the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was without the question proof that I was their target. I was my breath waiting for the person to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray, aka the tricadas. Had 5 minutes passed, or had it been like this for the whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking the shade of the tree with a bated breath. Then I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. Raised up my shoulder ready to swing it at any time. I,
いるんだろそこに
in all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. From the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing
分かっ
themselves.
てんだよそこにいるのはよ
No, since the clone breathed to Ronya, he knows the clone. No, it's not. It's not. The gnome. The clone was stealth with. Sent into the shadow realm. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. And I'll go over there myself. I'll do vigilance. I approached step by step, stepping into the tree shadow. There's a human figure there. That figure. It's curled up like a small animal.
レナ
Rena. I realized I've found her. Her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but I wasn't going to speak a word.
なんか俺に言おうかよ
I'm so angry. I wouldn't accept that silence. I screamed the question at her. Rena!
別に、
I was in a panic with tears welling up. It was obvious that she had been following
部
me.
活はどうしたんだよ
ケイイチくんがお休みしたから、レナもお休み。
関係ないだろ俺なんか気にしないで遊んでろよ
だって、ケイイチくんのこと心配で。
Thinking about how I've been acting up till now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange. Or you think? I don't know. I'm not like sure about that. Maybe it's just a little quirky. Rena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. Ooh, needles your mochi. Wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. I'm gonna be soft. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tell me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then, after she realized and noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried to start hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt she was tailing.
もうついてくんなよ
Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I've walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again. So I yelled at her once more.
ついてくるなって言ってるだろ
だってレナの家も同じ方向だし。
Stop following me! If like one of your neighbors is walking behind you, you can be like, "Stop following me!" Not follow me.
じゃあレナが先を歩けよレナが見えなくなったら俺も歩く
I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently at her forward.
レナはケイチ君と一緒に帰りたいな。
Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. I was just blurting out random lies.
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
Ah, I feel so bad. That the seething anger within me was written all over my face. So do you. The rage in my heart was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood that I was feeling inside.
分かったならほら行けよ。
Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly. Then stopped again.
早く行けよ早く。
行くからそのバットやめてよ。怖いの。
Rena guarded herself by pointing at me, holding bat. She may have realized that I was planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her.
行けよ。これなら文句ないだろ。
There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly as not to set me off. As I watched her pass by, as she stopped completely after having barely moved at all.
おい、立ち止まるなよ。
Then a powerful gust flew past us, barraging my face with dust. Oh no! They're opening! Oh no! Ah! Oh no! Rena twists her neck. Oh no! It's like SCP! SCP! Oh, SCP, whatever. Whatever number. Yo, don't look at her. Oh, don't look at it. It twists your neck. Dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. I rubbing my eyes with my left hand and swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack her. Oh, she's just trying to lull me into a false sense of security. Attack me, no. She hadn't budged an inch. Couldn't tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. You can hear that? As her skirt said, I don't think that's a thing. I don't think you can hear. Like, unless it's like a fabric that does like a certain fabric that is like, you know, makes a sound, you know. Okay. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. At that moment, the voice inside me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. And I was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena. But the voice was the one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
ごめんね。聞いてもいい？
Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately as she trembled.
なんだよ。
あのね。どうしてバットなんか持ってるのかな？
The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected.
俺が何を持ってたっていいだろ。
でも、昨日まで持ってなかったし。どうして突然？
別に突然でもいいだろ。俺がバットを持ってるとおかしいかよ。
だって圭一君、野球とかしない人だったでしょ？おかしいよ。
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for. I was getting tired of answering her.
突然野球がしたくなったんだよ。それじゃおかしいか？
おかしいよ。
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly.
突然野球がしたくなった。素振りがしたくなったからバットを持ち歩いてる。それのどこが変なんだよ。
変。おかしい。絶対。なんで圭一君まで。
ぶつくさとうるせえやつだな。
Just the Mr. Rambler. Mr. Internal Monologue over here.
俺がスポーツに目覚めるのがそんなに変かよ。
Had to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicion about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
ごめんね。そんなに怒らないで。
Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next.
最後に一個だけ教えて。
これ以上話す気も教える気もねえよ。
What if sometimes I'm gonna make edit clips and post on my channel over here? I don't mind. Like, yeah, feel free. Feel free.
早く行けよ。
I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. And even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. This is why you have no friends. Oh, he was doing so good, and then he got the brain worms. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked the final question.
なんでバットまで同じなの？
What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about.
お前何言ってんだ？
だからなんでバットまで同じなのかなって。
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。もっとはっきり言え。
Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
だからどうしてバットまでサトシ君と同じなの？
サトシってえ？
Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out earlier? Well, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat on my seat until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Urashima-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed in the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict. But not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. Satoshi and I were... What? Hell's face fell into the pad in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written in the white tape at the end of the bag. I see, so this was Satoshi's bag?
ああ。これ、サトシのバットだったんだな。誰も使ってなかったんで、ちょっと借りたんだよ。いいだろ、それくらい。
そんなことじゃないの。
The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
サトシ君の時とどうしてそんなにまで同じなの？
I was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi.
サトシ君もそうだった。野球チームには入ってたけど、本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
それが俺とどう関係が？
サトシ君もある日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。チームに入ってただけでスポーツなんかしない人だったのに。
What about it? Closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena is trying to tell us something important.
サトシ君もね、ある日突然一人で登校するようになったの。
It's literally me.
ケイイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。ケイイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。ケイイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然。
One day he suddenly, what? Rena had swallowed her words. And sudden silence brought the hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. It was saying that my chain of actions was exactly as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I'd never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, but after all the planning I had done, but they had been the exact same as Satoshi's. Or Satoshi, no, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same.
レナ、ある日突然、サトシはどうしたんだよ。
Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to the guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろよ、レナ。サトシはどうしたんだよ。
With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. Oh no. Oh no! Ah! Oh no! As I faced her, I felt a chill tremor to my entire body. Oh no! Oh no, I have to click. Okay, I'm bracing myself for impact.
言ったよね。
Ah! 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 Close! Ah, she's looking at me. Ah, she's looking at me. Ah! She's watching. Ah! Jump scare. Told you.
ケイチくん、
It was that person I didn't know. At least it definitely wasn't Rena Ryuga I've been talking to up until now. The voices now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so careless was unsurpassed. You gotta be careful. Do not, Rena. You get stared at. The gaze that pierces like a cold needle. I knew it! It all comes together! Smile on a face that evoked the image of being carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of RAM. You should make the same expression for your model. Yeah, this is the closest I can go. Ah! Also, well, it's not really. Not real the same, but it's a thing. They still remind me of the fear from the time before when I brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Oh no, is she gonna go below? Her sharply shaped lips grew ever sharper. Like the curve of a crescent moon, she grinned.
言ったよね。ケイチくん、
After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again.
サトシくんはね、転校しちゃったの。
Transferred, meaning what? Rena must have been some... Or Rena must have... What Rena meant must have been some sort of new definition of transfer that was previously not aware of. Transferred into the hell by demons. My throat and lips dried up. Couldn't even acknowledge what I just heard. All I could do was swallow the my own saliva. It was seen that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her grace back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I felt my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees, with underneath her motionless smile. That had to be a very outside indeed. Transferred to the grave! Transferred to graveyard shift forever! She didn't mean that pathetic state. She neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting down my eyes. Through my eyes, there was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand. Swing! Bonk! Bonk her! Be gone! But right now, it was useless to me. It was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body, still dripping from my skin.
しないよね。ケイチくんは。
Rena finally released me from the cage of time after what felt like an eternity. Her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on.
何をだよ。
What did she not want me to do?
転校。
I transferred the very next day. Yeah. Bye. Well, we have parents. We have to. Well, as long as I have the clock with me, Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had we really been in the same situation I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least not that I had noticed, planned to kill him. And fearing for his life as I am, he got a bat to protect himself. Carried it around every day to practice his hiccups. And then one day, suddenly, transferred. And blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What does he mean by transfer? What does he mean by transfer? What did he mean by transfer? What does he still have at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she... What did she mean by transfer? 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 Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Is nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key and touched my first seal keychain. All that! Stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my clothes. Shoes! Clothes. Chill run down my spine. That one had ended right behind me? Huh? What? Like a classmate. Like a classmate's messing around, standing right up against my back? You're kidding, right? Had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How did you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason. I'd hear the sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. It's in my body. There's no way you could hear that. My most basic instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. This is like... this happens to me when I'm like in a shower and I'm like washing my hair and I'm like underwater and I'm like closing my eyes not to get water and shampoo. I always get this like intrusive thoughts like when I close my eyes like, oh my god, what if I what if when I open my eyes there's gonna be somebody yeah, this is what it feels like. You too? Yeah, like I think it's pretty common. Hate it. At the same time, I ask myself, what if there's tense violin music? Then there must be like a violinist in my bathroom for some reason. I ask myself, was nobody? Then what was I feeling? An uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. It's a ghost. Actually, Would it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turn around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. I didn't even have enough courage even to do that simple task. Right? By speaking to them, the person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it. Just turn around. Well, no, there must be 15 minutes of exposition. You don't understand. As long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down, and thought about it, I would have known that I wouldn't have sold anything.
どなたですか?
Yes. I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice. I couldn't believe it was my own. I almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. That time I'm certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry. I was certain I could hear somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. No! Ah! Horror! Horror! Young girl. Ah! What? Old? As opposed to what? Old girl? No such thing. If you're a girl, you're young. Woman. Woman detected. Didn't know who, but tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primarily yet fitting solution to this current predicament. The scream. Not the bat. Not the bat. Scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs, through my throat, seizing all thought process in my head. Pressing all my thoughts and emotions, I become to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. The moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. Couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but they're actually still standing there. As I screamed, all the emotion I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotion was skillfully diverted into a torrent of question. My emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. Invisible women are chasing me, Mom! Mom, I swear. In my state of heightened lucidity, and trusted my body to fury. Milled bat, held firm in my right hand, as if drawn there by a magnet. Mid-level sweep would be the hardest act to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. This is a dramatic moment. This is a dramatic moment. The bat slammed right into the wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. Wah! The door of the shoe cupboard split into pieces. Ah! Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have great psychological impact on the enemy. Still, the panic emanated from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body in a large arc. My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious wing with an even more destructive power. Crack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, sat at the top of the cupboard. And my attack struck the enemy, but my ferocity has certainly seemed to impact them. Oh, this is just like when Rena broke the windows. Ah. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat. Invisible enemy. There, but not there, dispersed. And I was certain that the enemy had retreated. I locked the front door and latched the chain. No joke, but Keiji monologue reminds me of Alan Wake. A little bit of his writing, yeah. Keiji is such a dork. I always disliked him. He's not certainly not my favorite. Not my favorite character in Higurashi, but he's he's a protagonist. Like high school anime protagonists are rarely like good characters. But at least he has like more personality than a piece of cardboard. No way. Had I only feigned retreat and now was inside my house. He's like a brat. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presents. He was gone. I succeeded in fending it off. That moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotion I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking all the doors thoroughly, throughout the house were locked. I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. Oh, that reminded me to stretch. Ugh. Wait, that clock doesn't have hands. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe this was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state. I don't really think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. And yeah, that's what people do. They're like they call themselves by their full names in their internal monologue. Compose yourself. No matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. Are you sure? You're gonna need a lot of explaining to do, young man. Yeah, Mom is gonna be using our full name when she finds the cupboard smashed. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. I asked, who is it? They inhaled as if they were about to answer. What if it was you? And you were like... And then you like... You know... The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Onishiro-sama's curse. Or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. In a roundabout way, had been done was also still a mystery. It was perpetuated by humans. You mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it. But it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. Yeah, for sure. But if it was a manifestation of Ayashiro's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi-san was really clearly declared the curses didn't exist. That time those words were pretty dependable. As things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. What could you call him? If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go, without question, that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, not having have been able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. Since events, Keiichi is indeed slowly been turned insane by the power of the curse. Gotta give the facts of what just happened in the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that he was actually confused. And I thought I was composed. I was just going berserk in the entryway. How wonderful would that be if that was really what really happened? Would I be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse? But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rena and the rest weren't perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. By denying both of those, would be admitting that I myself was losing it. 3 options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. Trilemma? I've never heard that. I've never heard that word before. Nice. They mix together and form a whirlpool. I've never thought that there's like a die, like two. There could be 3. Trilemma. Mixed together and form a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and laid my back. Head back slightly to cool myself down. The stream is so much fun, but I need sleep. Go sleep! If it's time to sleep. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what actually happened as reality. Bye, chat, Byron. You have a good stream. Good night! Good night! Stop thinking of anything more than that. I couldn't help but think about it. How wonderful would it be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination? Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist and I would still be bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. Oh, that'd be crazy. That was the first time in my life I ever wished for such a thing. Pop. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls from me, so I never really answered the phone much. Since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs.
Moshi, 前原です。
ケイチ、お母さんだけど。
I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative.
何？別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。まだいっぱいあったでしょ。
The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually. But they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead, I got a whole case of mega-sized pork, bone, and ginger-flavored ones I like. And then not like anything. I think ginger might be good in instant noodles. I'm not like a huge fan, usually. My parents don't like the strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, but the cupboards were still full of them.
だからさ、買い物に行く必要はないんじゃないの？
圭一、買い物のお願いじゃないの。お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
今から？
It was really abrupt.
もう着いちゃってるの。お昼には出発してたからね。
It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Going in full speed down the highway will still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but still he doesn't like the highway. They likely took the train. Would have taken longer?
圭一もお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど、お父さんのお仕事の契約がね、今ちょっとうまくいってないの。
No, that she mentioned it. I remember that they talked all the time about his job prospect were looking so good.
お父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
I can transfer! I don't know. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions change as easily as the small sky. You could also say he couldn't take criticism.
でも、そんなの電話でやりとり
Oh,
すればいい
that's
じゃない
hard
か。
if you're an artist. That's gonna be hard for you if you can't take criticism.
圭一、お父さんのお仕事なんだから、もうちょっと応援してあげて。ね。とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。誤解もないし。
As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。圭一、一人で大丈夫よね。
No, there's invisible women demons coming after me. Please.
別に死にゃしないよ。
圭一、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。
Yeah.
心配事があったら相談してね。母さん、きっと相談に乗れると思うから。
Never say that in a horror story. Yeah, never ever. That's like a famous last words. Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. I didn't plan on dying. Well, who does? Well, it's not well. Not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow
死な
it.
ないよ。俺は。あがいてでも生き延びる。
Ah!
そう。じゃあね。明日の朝、
You said that
ちゃ
out
んと起きる
loud.
のよ。朝ごはんは食べてね。
Mhm.
お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
Mhm.
へいへい。
Yeah,
そん
Mom.
じゃ。
All ended like that. Sometimes my parents rode off to Tokyo for business meetings. But Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. Never happened this suddenly. Couldn't say that this circumstances didn't feel strange or rather unnatural. Anyway, only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. But tonight, I was the only one in the house. Slumber party! Get the girls over here. My parents came. Back from work, I'd be gone. Missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events, the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. Didn't think it was good that the only light of the house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone, and this was their chance. First I ran into the living room, clicked on the lights, turned on the TV to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. with this. From the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. Checked the windows, too. I saw the veranda, and the laundry still hanging out there. I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. Why would it make it too obvious? There's laundry. There's laundry. I don't know. I snatched down the laundry hat passively and erased all the traces that my mother wasn't there. Should be fine now. But they saw you. What if they saw you take the laundry down? You obviously maybe I'll like my mom is like, hey G, could you put the laundry? Garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car. They had gone up to Okiniya. Garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. Why would it open? Just be fine now. I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since the late in the afternoon, the evening paper was still... Oh my, let's do this thorough. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. Just make a cardboard cut out your mom and place it somewhere. Will surely put them off track. Yeah, it's not strange that the mom would never move. With this, for sure this time it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freak out was kind of bad. Let's say it tripped and fell, the bat was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving in its current state wasn't good. Home Alone tactics. Yeah, time to make traps. I should clean up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remembered that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, phone rang once again.
もしもし、前原です。
あら、圭一くん？お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら？
今ちょっといないんですけど。
You idiot, Casey, my brother! Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You just said my mom. You can follow still. Come on down, take care of it.
すぐに戻ると思います。
That wasn't a good response either. But they might say I'll call again. Well, then I'll call them once you come back.
なら結構です。大した話でもありませんから。では失礼しますわね。
The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more than ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone calls just now. I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. And then make up a good story to explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was going to be safe enough? What? How many phone calls you get? Well, this was... Well, this was back in the day. You couldn't... you couldn't do anything else. Like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. Didn't want to pick up. I knew I had to. I suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself to lift off the receiver.
もしもし。
I stopped announcing that this was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. And unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted.
どうも、夜分
ああ。
申し訳ありません。私、沖宮書房の大石と申しますが。
大石さんですか。
前原さんですか。こんばんは。お元気そうで何よりです。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san.
お待たせしました。
いかがですか、その後お変わりは。
Since then, when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. The last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, met Oishi-san the way back from the hospital, and we headed down into town for lunch and had a talk. And after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well.
もしもし、聞こえてますか、前原さん。
すみません。なんて言いました？
その後、何か変わったことはありませんかとお尋ねしたんです。お返事がないんで焦りましたよ。
特には。
Why would it... The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that had happened. A lot of it baffling. What should I talk about? Didn't understand any of it. I should try asking. Didn't ask now. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night when my parents were at home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all.
大石さん、やっぱり俺、命を狙われているみたいです。
本当ですか？
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方にあの二人がお見舞いに来たんです。
あの二人？
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
それで
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、その中に針が入ってたんです。
Finally, some honesty.
偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？
その針は？
よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。糸を通す穴が開いていて。
違いますよ、前原さん。針です。証拠になります。脅迫だと立証できるかもしれません。その針はありますか？
That's right. That's it. Dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. And tossed the mochi I had overlooked the auto terror. But the needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and the needle at the wall together. It was there, then. It would be on the living room wall. But my prudent mother had cleaned that room wall. There was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that I dropped it in a gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm around the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desks, pulling up the carpet and flapping her around. I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but maybe still in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened the lid of the pail, poured out the contents. And even at glance, I could tell that would be incredibly difficult to find a needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. Ha ha ha. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. Oh no. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'd be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while. Nothing turned up. I went to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oshi-san waiting for too long. Neither of her mom got back after ask if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words with a red pen. And I dashed back up the stairs, where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long.
もしもし、どうでしたか？
Higurashi When They Cry, yay!
見つかりません。あの時はつい気が動転していて。
そうですか。見つかればでいいんです。保管しておいてくださいね。
That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run.
あと大石さん、それだけじゃないんです。実は今朝。
That van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at the time.
その車のナンバープレートは見ましたか？こちらでも探してみます。
Him. Keiichi. At the time, it just flipped out yelling at him. Didn't look at the plate. Keiichi! Keiichi! What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused on protecting myself. I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed how worthless I was.
すみません。白いワゴン車ってこと以外はわかりません。
仕方ないことですよ、前原さん。惹かれかければ気も動転します。
やっぱりこれだって偶然じゃないですよね。
Oishi-san started to hem and haw over on the other end. I could imagine him holding in his arms.
あと、レナの様子もやっぱり怪しいです。
I'm not crying. It's the cicadas. It's the cicadas are crying.
それはどんな感じですか？
Well, Rena said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say with confidence that Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to him than just disappearing.
レナは知っています。去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
それは具体的にどういうことですか？
レナが言うには、俺はサトシとそっくりらしいんです。このまま行くと、俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
運命ですか？具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
天候と。
天候？
レナはサトシは転校したって言ってるんです。で、俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫、もしくは警告ですね。
俺もそう思ってます。
At that point, I started to think. Oh, no. Oh, now you're start thinking. What have you been doing? Talking out loud? The whole game? Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I didn't tell that to Oishi-san, except Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real, or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers. Rena was involved. Another 15-minute thought sequence, yeah. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think that she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. As it recalled that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when I said a little. Maybe I had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened to her previous school, among other things what were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them. I had lost the security I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Mayapar residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud I was. Oishi-san, I'm scared. Please pick me up. Yeah. Never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact he had this house built in such a remote location as this right now. I wonder if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. How's the bim bomb? What's that blim blom? I have to ask right now. Because I had no idea when the next chance would come.
Oishi-san.
Not again. Oishi-san, I have something I want to ask about.
隠さないでくださいね。
Please don't keep it.
ええ、何でも聞いてください。
Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. They're at his door already. Wanted to ask about Rena. What happened to her previous school?
実はレナの
I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. And I was so focused on the call I hadn't paid attention at first, but I finally realized it was the troll bell. Doorbell! Ding 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 ding. Troll bell is like the notification you get when I'm live. Time was 7 o'clock. The troll bell. The past time the postman would be making a delivery. Past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making me look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door.
もしもし、前原さん？
すみません。誰か来たみたいですので、ちょっと玄関に行ってきます。
お客さんですか。すみません、すみません。今夜のお電話はこれ
No, I want to know! What to know? That would be a problem.
いえ、すぐ戻りますから。電話はこのままでいいですか？
はいはい、構いませんよ。
I dropped the hands on my bed and dashed to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case I would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. Just hide under the sheet. It will solve everything, every problem. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake up my mom if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Just go let the door say that no one is inside. Or shout, nobody's home! Without room with the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. What about the peephole? You have a peephole. Chill ran down my spine. Oh no. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends.
こんばんは。
レナ。
There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy. Then, you remembered Mom has no friends. Oh no, Mom! No, Mom! Because I was just about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could chalk this up to a mere coincidence. Those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me.
さーてね。おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
レナ一人。
うん。
Hi, we were just talking about you. Since that Mion wasn't with her. It didn't change the situation at all.
何しに来たんだよ。
ねえ、ケイチくん。ちゃんとドアを開けてお話ししたいな。レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな
You truly haven't watched Night of the Living Dead, or else you wouldn't just barricade himself like any sane person would. Any sane person. Use the debris from the cupboard. Cupboard. It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk with classmates. But
うち夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。気にすんなよ。
なら仕方ないかな。
makes sense. Rena looked at the ground sadly. But she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Just barricade the door with another door, dude. Yeah, that's what you do. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. But I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain. Having my friendship betrayed. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I removed the chain from silent urging, she appeared to give up and trying to get into the end. Up on trying to get into the entryway.
さ、ケイチくん。ご飯食べた？
No, I haven't eaten. If my mom wasn't here, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home. I was woken up with the phone. I didn't have a chance to eat since I used all that time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted
いや
to.
まだだよ。それがどうしたよ。
Eat this ketchup.
じゃあよかった。これ見て。お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
Ah, does it have needles? You're not allowed to attack a box wrapped in cloth.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も温めてあげられるよ。
She's still adamant about getting in. She's like a vampire.
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。ケイチくん、そういうの嫌いかな
There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes. Then some fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible.
ご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. you cannot eat miso soup unless you're Japanese. That's just how things are. Well, not usually not that often anyway.
それからね、またお漬物を作ってきたんだよ。今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
Before I had moved here to Minamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by the charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. I had to describe them like they were the vegetables of the uninitiated. To become an expert in such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderful and delicious. Traditional and delicious is traditious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, it goes so well with the fluffy rice.
それからね、
Wait, there's more. So delicious, just seems so delicious. They might try to murder me. So let them in. Why are these cookies? Welcome. She knows. She knows. Do not give in. Do not give in to her. Her charms. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut and hunger reared its voracious head. What about Oshi-san? At the same time, my weariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Though the possibility that I was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At the moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then. But the voice inside me, sounding the alarm. As happy Rena's being in on this charming dinner was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that the night dinner had to be made at my house. Yeah! Get back! Minnie was under assumption my mom should be making it wasn't there. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner out this time as well. The fact she brought all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? There was also the chance that this was a bluff. Dude, she will make you marry her, take over your house, and bring too many of shampoo bottles. Oh no, I'm called out. No, I'm called out. I have way too many shampoo bottles. Oh no. Oh no. I turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena wasn't sure if my parents were home. I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance at determining my parents were here or not. Well, she might have seen you do that stuff. There was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to the fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything for me. You think that his mom would be like, Kitty, who's at the door? Something like that.
ありがたいんだけどさ、もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
そうなの？そうなの？
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、
Able to think a good way to refuse my birth straight off weekly.
でもちょっとはおかずになると思うな。
悪いけど間に合ってるよ。うちのおふくろってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。だから
おかずあるの？
It has smiled at bordered on a cringe. I dodged her questions apologetically. The feeling I tried to ignore began creeping back up again. Spoke as if my mom was sitting down dinner right now. But it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as she was aware of some obvious fact. And that I was aware of it as well.
ケイチくんもおかずとか作れるんだね。何を作ったのかな？
いや、別に俺が。
And I had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so. Most did I make them, but rather my mom hadn't.
本当に作ったの？おかず。ケイチくんが？
だから俺が作ったんじゃないよ。おふくろが作った。いや、作ってるんだよ。
Dude! I did it. My mom did. Oh, she's making them right now. I swear.
今
Right now. Oh, yes.
だからさ、悪いけどレナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
And I fell silent at the moment. Uzara! I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from my eyes. Oh no, it's coming.
ケイチくんのお夕飯当ててみようか？
なんだっていいじゃないか。
ね。
The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. Needles! Felt like I was being interrogated.
そのお夕飯お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな？
おいおい、侮るなよ。うちのおふくろのスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。そりゃもう満館全席状態ですごいのなんの。
I tried my best to put on a strong front. I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. Borderline? Dude, you way past. Like if the line is here, you're like over here. Like way here on the other side. Live Rena reaction. uh,
ケイチくん、
Keiichi-kun.
本当にお母さんご飯作ってってくれたの？
いや、だからくれたんじゃなくて今作ってるんだよ。もうすぐ晩飯に。
You suck at lying. You're not taking that assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner right now. I was completely ignoring it. I could tell that more I panicked, the colder Rena became.
ねえ、ケイチくん。
That moment, An uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway.
お母さん、お家にいるのかなかな
Couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Rena. She knew full well that my parents were at home. Oh no! Ah! She's gonna... Oh no! Oh no! She's gonna do the shampoo thing. I've come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here. I'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I contacted. So I answered. Told her she was here. How would you know? You want to say that the cutout didn't work? Hmm.
いるよ。もちろん。
And feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. I wonder how humid it would be in Japan after all. Rena's eyes became on its summer. Yeah. Oh my god. They're becoming even more frigid, piercing me with the gelid glare. Gelid? I don't know what that is.
どうして
Ah, yeah.
え、何のことかな
Right, acting casual. Casual. The facade was torn off to me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. Oh no. She knows. That look. It informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかなかな
Are you creeping? Are you scaring me? I wonder. I wonder why I've been creeping on me. I wonder. Poke the eye. Woo! Wow. 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 Lovely eyes, very blue.
嘘なんか。
嘘だよね
嘘なんかじゃ。
嘘だよ
Yes, Rena. Rena's outburst and a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I was still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
圭一くんのお夕飯当てるよね
I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. It was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she would be able to guess what I'd been eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it
カ
was
ップラーメン当たりでしょ
I swear I didn't. I'm not sure if I even clicked. She's just like, a cup of noodles. Just taking over. I was going to eat. Wait. The cooking repertoire from a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Easy. Looking at this statistically, that was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
ラーメンだけじゃきっとお腹すくと思うなご飯とかも一緒の方がきっと腹持ちいいと思う
She's just really adamant that you're taking care of me. There's nothing creepy about it. She doesn't want to They wanna poison me or needle me. Calm down, Kechimabara. It was just a coincidence. And I was reading certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't that she was actually reading my mind. It was being read, and she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that. They couldn't possibly exist. What about Oishi-san? He's
好
still...
きなの？
ラーメンがかよ。
豚骨生姜味。
that. And I indicated at the point my answer was addressing what's wrong. The rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken.
ごめん、レナ。今、なんて？
何が？
今さ、何が好きって聞いたんだよ。
It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That's why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味。
I wondered how I appeared in moments. My mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. Good nose. Yeah, she could just smell. Ginger is like kind of it's strong. Like I wonder because if you eat like garlic, it like you can like smell it. Maybe it's the same with ginger. You can like smell it from someone. Or maybe you've mentioned it in a conversation. Something like that. As my field of view began to distort, I slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction. I lost all sense of balance.
なんでそこまでわかるんだよ。
I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzy state I was in. Yeah, I would. How would I know even this? Not even care as I smashed my head against the door. I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that.
確かに勝った。まとめて勝った。俺が箱買いした。それがどうしてわかるんだ。
なんでかな。不思議だね。
Yeah, it is quite
だ
strange.
ね。
Yeah. How could you dodge a question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me.
どうしてわかる？なぜ知ってる？答えろ！
買ったのはセブンスマート。だよね。
A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering up with that angry facade.
だから、なんでわかるんだよ！
圭一くんの後ろ、ずっとくっついてたから。
何を言ってんだよ。
You don't understand why she was saying she's following me all this time.
だから、レナが、圭一くんの、後ろに、ずっとくっついてたの。
That night, and I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. Didn't even sense her being there. Standing behind the door, behind me, standing there. Just like that.
圭一くんがいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ、後ろからずっと見てたの。
Ronnie and Rena are the same person. We're not the same. See? Eye color. Obvious. She has blue eyes. I have yellow red eyes. Obvious.
いろんな種類を選んで
And
た
I'm
の
not.
よね。
I don't go to people's stores like this. That's wearing contacts. No, I can't. I can't do it. I've tried once. I've tried once. couldn't happen.
それでお母さんに怒られたの。
That's what Rena would say. No.
高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいって。それで圭一くん大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね。レナも好きだよ、豚骨ラーメン。でも大きいカップは全部食べきれないけどね。
We have so much in common. Yay! Yeah, she can come over. We can eat. Brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. Might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear of being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards. As I withdrew, Rena advanced. Oh no!
だから圭一くん、ここを開けて。レナと一緒にご飯食べよう。きっと美味しいから。ね。
No, you're scary. Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door, one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. Remember the shampoos, yes, but Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light.
開けて。圭一くん。
帰ってくれ。頼むから帰ってくれ。
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな。かな。
帰ってくれ。帰れよ。帰れ。
The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. And tackled the door. Forced through the door, had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. Couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, landed my feet firmly and pulled with all my might. That slamming sound of desire didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. And the source of that was Rena's fingers. I saw those fingers wriggling, squirming, rolled to the tendrils of a carnivorous plant, with a crack in the doorway.
痛いよ圭一くん。痛い。
It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp. She was trying to keep back.
帰れ。帰れ。帰れ。
I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize if I didn't loosen my pull on the door, at least momentarily, Erna wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. And that's why the door wasn't closing. Oh no.
本当に痛いの圭一くん。
Oh no.
悪ふざけが過ぎたなら謝るよ。
I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up till now. It didn't change anything.
痛いの。痛いの。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
帰れ。帰れ。帰れ。
And I couldn't leave if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. Okay. Not punishment. Time for punishment. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer squirming.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
帰れ帰れ帰れ。
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Oh no, don't! Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip from the imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly. I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud chunk, clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ケイチくん、ごめんなさい。ここを開けて。ケイチくん。
No. Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I thrust away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. That wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt like a sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying that there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts at disguise, the fact that my parents weren't home, had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. One step, two steps, with each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would guess, I was finally no longer to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed. The phone. It was the receiver. Finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? But the hand of the clock was ticking forward 1 second. Every second as usual. I put the still warm receiver to my ear. Time, which felt frozen, began moving once again.
もしもし、大石さん、お待たせしてすみませんでした。
いえいえ、大してお待ちしていませんよ。
It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san were different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Oishi-san really was.
今、レナが来ました。
遊びに来たんですか？
I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi-san. But I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena. But Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. One thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask things that was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say that I'd hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any regret that I did right now. No. Rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't.
竜宮レナさんのことですか？調べましたよ。まあ簡単には。
I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep that it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend.
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありませんよ。
大石さん。
I spoke as calmly as possible with Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it.
竜宮レナは怪しいと思っています。過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ、竜宮レナは関わっています。
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか？
The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective.
状況証拠だけです。
そうですか。
I could tell, even on the phone, how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line, while he felt a bite only to reel in the bait. Disappointed but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. No proof, but also no doubt.
大石さん、目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか？
What I meant was you can't come and save me without proof. I struck that barb in there. As Oishi-san laughed roundabout ways of saying this, he understood me just fine.
大丈夫ですよ、前原さん。あなたは私が守ります。
Oh no, the Amogu's brain rot always gets me. Nobody can escape it. It's forever. Once it's planted on your brain, you cannot remove it. That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using them to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him.
大石さんの捜査は俺の生死と無関係でしょうが、俺は死ねば終わりなんです。
Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relate to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous
だ
position.
から話してください。レナのこと。サトシは転校しました。多分俺もそれほど遠くない将来、レナの言う転校をするでしょう。ですが大石さんには俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。現にサトシの死体だってまだ見つけられてない。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bad Satoshi left behind. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bad Satoshi left behind to protect myself. And at least I wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上ですね。
Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved.
今の俺にとって
That rhymed.
つまらない話は何一つありません。お願いします。
まずいくつかお断りすることがあります。
はい。
他言無用でお願いします。また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
真実ではないかもしれない。言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
ひなみ沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。毎年の事件は個々に扱われています。ですから竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したことは一度もないのです。つまりですね、
レナの調査は警察としてでなく 個人として行ったということですか？
ご理解いただけて助かります。話のほとんどは電話、もしくは会って聞かせてもらったものばかりです。ですから裏が取れていません。鵜呑みにしないでほしいということなんですよ。
Yeah, grain of salt, got it.
ご理解いただけますね。
全部聞いた話だけなんですか？
申し訳ないです。個人調査ですのでね。
あれ、以前レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか？確かにそう聞きましたよ。
Musician paused for a moment on the other side of the line.
そんなことも言いましたかね。気のせいということにしてください。
Didn't care about Musician having certain obligations and responsibilities. Also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there was no smoke without fire after all.
話してください、大石さん。
わかりました。
Musician finally opened those tight lips of his. Rena is actually 69 years old. Oh, that wasn't in the anime. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません。
ではどこを詳しく調べたんですか？
Oyashiro-sama. The most horrible curse. Didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa.
レナが起こした事件とその後の医者での告白ですね。
はい。
大石さんはその内容を知っているからこそレナたちを疑っているんですね。
疑っています。
やはりレナたちが犯人。
いえ、疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです。
Yoshi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring.
じゃあ何を疑ってるんですか？
親代様ですよ。
え？
親代様のたたりって本当にあるのかななんてまあ。
Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances beyond Satoshi's disappearance. The course of events leading him to delve into Rena's past. Just then there was thunder in the distance and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning. The downpour fiercely beating the ground. Cozy! I'd let the window in my room open a crack. Ah, no! You're doomed! You're doomed! The violent wind danced in my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
どうしました？
いえ、急にすごい雨が。すみません。どうぞ続けてください。
I got up while still on the phone and crashed the window.
はじめに事件と申し上げましたが、学校側も被害者も告発していないので、正式には事件ではないのです。でですね、この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん口が重いんですよ。被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られているのにもかかわらずです。
Ah.
学校側か、 もしくは表沙汰になるのを望まない何者かがいろいろ根回しをしたのかもしれませんね。またカウンセリングを担当した神経科医も職業倫理に厳格な方で、もしもし前原さん、聞こえてます？
There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. And the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, drops of water dripped down from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling out her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. How could she be eating over there? The lunch? The dinner she made? Needles? How could it be that this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. And I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her?
もしもし前原さん、聞こえてますか？もしもーし。
ごめんなさい。
前原さん、
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Oh, she has blood on her fingers! Oh no! Oh no!
もしもし前原さん、どうしましたか？
Even in this torrential downpour, and I was still apologizing. Other self inside me drew the curtains hastily with my right hand, blocking my view from the outside. Not even doing that, Rena's relentless apology still reached my ears. Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Sorry. Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive.
前原さん、聞こえてるなら返事をしてください。もしもーし。
Eh. Hmm. I need to think for a little bit. Like, okay. First all, let me say. Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Yes. Let me check something. Just a sec. Hat. Mm. Mm. You're near the end, I believe. I'm just like, like, where, like otherwise, I would go till the end. But since the big stream tomorrow, I don't wanna stay up too late. Man, my phone ran out of battery. Birthday tomorrow, yeah. But like one possibility is we have a lot of time tomorrow. I could read because at least when I looked quickly, somebody said that there's 13 chapters in this. So like there would be 2 whole chapters left. But like that's in the speed is kind of a long. Like we started like, yeah, we've done 2 chapters. We've done 2 chapters today. Like, of course, the chapter lengths are different. Like, this one, the 10th was kind of longer one. But like, also, I don't know if I've mentioned it. I might have mentioned it in passing. Can we do it next week? We could, like, because I'm gonna have the birthday on Twitch only. So if I would do it tomorrow, then it wouldn't go on YouTube. Then that's a little bit of a shame, because I see that a lot of you have been watching on YouTube. So maybe next week would be better. I could have it somewhere. Yeah. But yeah, I I cannot go more further. That I was like, I thought maybe we could. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember how many chapters we had gone. But yeah, I wanna be on. And I'm worried about my voice also. Because tomorrow's gonna be a lot. But yeah, still a lot of interesting things. Let me do a double save just in case. Yeah, you can see. Then 58 p.m. Or now it's 11:03 p.m. now. Time. But yeah, I'll cram it into next week. I already had a lot of next week planned, but I'll figure it out. Anyway, yeah. Okay, I have to wait till I get here. Okay. Birthday on the other hand. You start stream tomorrow at 12 noon UK time? I guess, yeah. If you are three hours behind. No, 2 hours. 2 hours. Because it's 2 p.m. my time. The birthday doesn't wait. It doesn't wait. I have to be on fighting. Ready to fight. I don't know with what. Okay. Interesting developments. Hard to think what to do with the shorter leftovers. Shorter left. 2 p.m. UTC plus 3, yes. Birthday incoming in Y hour. Oh yeah, it's true. Well, I should at least try to be in bed by then. So like I have 1 hour to eat something and chill. So yeah, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Escape. So yeah, it always like always gets me off guard how much of a yapper Keiichi is. Sorry, my Okay. Always gets me off guard how much of a yapper Keiichi is. So much freaking internal monologue to read. And it takes forever. Like if it's just reading it. Reading with your eyes, it's way quicker. Something in common, don't you? Well, yeah, I think I have a a lot of internal monologue. And hey, tomorrow, as you guys know, where's my schedule? There it is. So 2 p.m. UTC plus 3, I will start the birthday. It's gonna go up until the evening, but of course I'm gonna be having breaks in between and such. I'm gonna be talking about it more in depth tomorrow, but there's like a few scheduled things. You're clapping, yay! There's a few scheduled things, but otherwise it's gonna be like pretty chill. I'm gonna be playing a bunch of games. There's a collab, and a bunch of stuff. Very full of extreme fun. And I'm also I would like to sing some karaoke. I would like to watch a little movie. And there's also Raider on your Peiko. Fun. I'm gonna be announcing something. And I wiggle my eyebrows. Yeah. It's a little hard. But yeah, it got a scary. Very scary off to eat, feed baby, feed myself, and shower and bed. Yeah. If you see tomorrow, see ya. And if you don't, like, have a good weekend. Okay, bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye, everybody. I already told stuff a bit earlier, or no. Baby knows that Baby knows I'm ending, I swear. I hear her. She knows. She knows that I'm about to end. I hear her. But okay. Creature is aware. She is aware. She always knows that I'm awakened too. But bye everybody. We'll finish the rest of Higurashi next week. I'll cram it somewhere. Okay, bye. See you tomorrow.